Alright, everybody. I apologize for that. Let me mute this. Sorry about that. I didn't mean for that to play. But anyways, this should be the last part to a stolen turnabout. Looks like my microphone is off about a few microseconds. But we'll deal with it. So, yeah, I think I want to change the camera just a little bit. Still feels a little far away. Let me adjust this a little bit. It feels just a little far away. Still. Let's see what we got here. Okay, that looks better. I wanted to try to keep it a little bit closer so you guys can actually see my face a little bit more and not see me out so far away. So, while I'm still waiting for Diocese, by the way, our counters seem to be fixed. It seems like there was an issue with livecount.io, so those are fixed now. I'm glad to see those back and running again. I'm not entirely sure if they're watching the streams and stuff, but there might have been some glitch in their system, and it's just our counters weren't showing up. Welcome, Di. I'm glad to see you in chat. Alright, now the first thing we're going to do is we're going to test the microphone. Bunny? First thing we're going to do is test the microphone. So we're going to test it at this volume. This volume sounds good to you? Okay. Now you know that I'm doing the voice acting, so sometimes I will sound like this. And I still be heard. Still hear me over the music. Alright. With that said, what happened last time? Do you remember? Oh, I'm sure you remember, Di. You've got to remember what happened last time. We ended at a cliffhanger where we stopped Luke Acme with a Y at the end. Almost correct, just forgot the Y. We stopped to Luke Acme's trial. So we're going to be getting him back on the witness stand to prove him for what now? Good girl. So that's where we're at right now. I knew you remember. I knew. You've been doing your homework. October 14th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. My sis? I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then she's still alive inside your heart. Nicky boy! Oh, Miss Delight. Is it true the detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definite proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Acme want to kill Kane Bullard? Remember, during this investigation, Maya was having trouble remembering his name. Is it a surprise that she remembered his name now? But we will learn the connection between these two later. We will. Oops! It's almost time. You hear a bit of a delay in the game? Or do you hear a bit of a delay in, or see a bit of a delay? Hey R3D, Red. I don't know if I can fix that. I think that's the capture card setting. Yeah. You saw me on the home page of YouTube, so I must have broke the algorithm. Doing really good. Yeah, we'll probably have to refresh the Elgato. Matter of fact, I think I could do that right now to see if that works. BRB. Okay. And we are back. How does it sound now? I better take care of the subscription here. Thank you for subscribing. Still a bit of a delay. I'm not sure how to fix it then. That should have fixed it, but it might have to be, might be something that has to be done with XSplit then. Might be XSplit then. That means it's beyond my control. Let me see how it sounds on here. Okay, the delay is not really too bad. I thought it was worse than that. Okay, the delay is not too bad. I mean, if you were, okay. I need to find some solid proof. And it's gotta happen sooner rather than later. See, usually if it's delayed, I usually will unplug everything from the capture card and then plug everything back in, because what it does is resync everything in the capture card. It's the same thing you can do with yours. You unplug everything. There's a specific order you should probably do it in so it recalibrates your capture card, okay? You have a USB port and 2 HDMI ports. The USB port should be the first one you plug in, okay? Most likely you'll have a USB-C on the back of the capture card. That's the first one you plug in. Then you plug in the HDMI cable for the game console, so it synchronizes to the game console. Then you plug into the HDMI cable for the television, because the television does not need to be synced. But that game system needs to be recognized before that TV comes on, because with smart televisions, it will not pick up the image until after something is plugged in. And if it's left unplugged too long, it's going to shut off. Okay? So if you ever get a delay on yours, remember that, okay? It'll be, when you unplug everything, USB-C, game console, television, okay? That's how I usually resync everything. October 14th, 12:21 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 6. Now then, this court is back in session. Mr. Look at me. Please take the stand. Well, well. How do you do, sir lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have been given you a perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask the Mask. I'm sorry. I'm afraid even the great Luke Acme has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could have known what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask the Mask? Indeed. It's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. So you continue to insist that you were in fact Mask the Mask? Of course! Very well then, look at me. Let us begin with this simple question. On October 12th at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time? One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks. Alright, Mr. Acme. The night of the murder. Speak. We're all ears. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. The alibi. I was stealing the urn as Mask the Mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare, It was a pathetically easy job. I even cut off my nose so I could wear the mask. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. That time at which the camera captured mask to mask was the same time as the murder, and also the time I glued my nose back on, see? It seems the main point of discussion would be this photo of the crime scene. Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to this picture as well. It takes, for somebody that's just experiencing this game for the first time, they're not going to see it. But after long study, you can possibly see it. With every evidence that we have, you possibly can see it. I know what I'm looking for. I know exactly what I'm looking for. Even the great Master Mask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Unfortunately, Mr. Acme, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. Okay, Franziska von Karma. You were about to say the same thing, right? I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. Alright, you ready? Okay. You're not going to like this one. You're not going to like this one at all. Would you like to know why? Remember in the first game where you were cross-examining Chief Gant? There was a specific order you had to press the statements. This is one of those testimonies. You have a specific order that you have to do these statements. Would you rather me just help you with this one? Okay, this one is not going to be as hard as Gant's, but you'll see why, okay? I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point. That's right. That was over 20 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lorelei Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed. There was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see. You truly are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I am. Hey, Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Huh? Detective Acme was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lorelei Taylor, while he was the only one watching it, He'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. It is kind of odd. About the camera that took this photograph. Oh, come now. It's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? Kind of a hint there. I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed the picture's data. Unfortunate for the defense, there's no way the picture could have been altered. I see. Looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious. So this alibi is false? Has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either the mask in the photo is fake, hey Phoenix, or the photo itself is. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? Indeed it is. That is the very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime. Surely even you understand by now. Lordly Taylor provided the camera. There's no way I could have tampered with it. That means I could not have killed Kane Bullard. Unless I have an accomplice. That's so. Phoenix, do you have something for me? Come on, think long and hard about that night. The basement warehouse and this picture that supposedly captured it. It's got to be here. There's something funny about this picture. Are you implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture. We took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place. And there's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of the night. Very well, then let's hear what you have to say. What about the photograph do you find strange? So, what do we find strange about this photograph? No, the box isn't strange. You know what this box is? Well, if it was the urn, then we have a problem. If it was the urn, then we have a problem. Well, I'm saying, if this box is supposed to be the urn, then we have a problem right here. Because there's something on this box that's missing that indicates that it was here. But this is the main problem. This whole thing here is the main problem because when Phoenix, Maya, and Pearl, that's not goo, that's paint. When Phoenix, Maya, and Pearl went to visit Lorelei Taylor, this wasn't there. Okay? Well, take that! The funny part is right here. So, there was so this picture also has a couple of errors into it, not just the paint. Because up here in this upper right-hand corner, there is something that you should be seeing in that picture too. Just think about that. Well, this is a blood stain. Oh, blood! Now this case is getting interesting. Not exactly. This stain is actually pink paint. Oh, just paint. And peach colored at that. From blood to peaches. The judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is, when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse, it turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Well, Mr. Wright, what is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains? You gotta know this one. Because it also should still be in that photograph too. The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On that day of the crime around noon, the golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. You see where the statue is right now? So, look right behind Adrian Andrews' left shoulder, and you'll see what it is. The way that camera is pointed, you should be able to see that statue in that picture. I realized that the statue could be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. So this tells you something, okay? The photograph that they have was not taken on the day the murder happened, so keep that in mind. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night that the theft took place and saw the statue in that spot. See? So the photograph was taken earlier. Okay? The heist must have happened before the scheduled day. That's the only way that could happen. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there.
Objection!
But when I went there the day after the theft, the statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. Still should have been able to be seen in the photograph. Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally. Was not pushed there accidentally. Was not pushed there accidentally. Your Honor, this picture is slightly larger. This statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance. Ha! In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night? Can you do it, Nick? Never mind who moved it. The real reason is why did they move it? Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you're prepared with your answer. Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime? Well, this answer is fairly easy, right? There can only be one person that moved it. No, it was not her. What reason would she need to move it back, okay? That's the real question. What reason would she want to move it back? Her big reason was to hide that paint so nobody would see it. So she would not have any reason to want to move it back. That's the thing. She had no reason to move it back. But there is one person that needed to move it back. There was one person that needed to move it back.
Take that!
The one who moved the statue is none other than Luke Acme. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusion? It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. Take care. Thank you. I'll see what I can do, okay? I also got a Discord stream I gotta start up tonight too. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? Well, think about it. Why would he want to move that golden statue? No. You see, we are already in the assumption that this picture was taken before the scheduled date of the heist, okay? So we're assuming that the heist took earlier. And so what reason would he want to move the statue out of the way? Because if he's going to make it seem like the heist happened on the day of the murder, why would he need to move the statue? To make the crime scene look like the way it did that he had planned, set up earlier in advance with that picture, okay? So that's why he was doing it. So that it would create the illusion that the heist happened on that day. That's why. The reason for moving that golden statue Here's where our battle really begins. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move that statue? The reason can be found here in this photograph. Look at me. You pretended to be the mask to create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would be exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue. A single fatal flaw? Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Just where in the picture does this exist? Where do you think it exists, Di? Nope. Nope. This is something that can actually be seen with the naked eye. The paint, sure, it can be seen by the naked eye, but that is attached to the floor, so that is not a flaw in the photograph. Because that was there when the picture was taken. He was there when the picture was taken. This was here when the picture was taken. There is something in the photograph that doesn't present itself being in the photograph, but rather on the photograph. That should give you a hint. Are you still having a hard time figuring it out? So this is something that's on the photograph. Yep.
Take that!
Naturally, the lie is in the photo. In this photo is the timestamp. What do you mean? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke Acme went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time. What does this have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will, Your Honor, when was this statue placed beside the warehouse door? Well, the statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime, and it was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Luke Acme had already decided on that time when he was going to kill the victim And so in order to create an alibi for the time, he took this photo days before the murder took place. What the? Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Oh! So on the day of the crime, Mr. Acme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-nailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Acme had to move the statue on the night of the murder. And he did it to make the room match what the way it had been in the photograph. With the exception of seeing a cart in the upper right hand corner where the statue's at. Ah! Order! Mr. Acme, is this true? One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? What's this? The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. It's true that the camera had been set up by Lordly Taylor's staff. However, the program used to manage the data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Order! Mr. Godot! What is the meaning of this? Godot, I warned you about making me wait. Now put down that coffee. My 11th cup. I promise to drink no more than 17 during a trial. Which means I'm still good till the last drop. Thank you, Folgers. However, the defendant has a very good point. A good point? So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points. I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points. So, you say this photograph was taken ahead of time? And that the statue was moved in order to make it match? That's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied, which is that it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams. That's very true. No way! Don't fall for that, Your Honor! Hey, Mr. Damask. Yes? If there's no funny business in your actions as Master Damask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it. Yes, please provide the court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn. The sacred urn heist. I first received a request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box in Zawari. It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. That's pretty much all stuff we've heard before, isn't it? Yeah, but we will find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave. Witness, you sure there's no mistakes this time? Zawari. Very well then. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Ready to cross this one. Ready, Di? You were asked to guard the urn by Miss Adrian Andrews, is that correct? Indeed. It seems that they have heard of my Zvorkuling reputation. Di. Look this word up. Zvorkuling? Reputation? What's Zvorkuling? I don't even know what Zavari is. I see Miss Andrews is still attracting the weirdos. You better watch out. You better watch out too, Maya. Ruby, I see you. It'll be tomorrow at 2 o'clock tomorrow. If you want to join the Discord stream after, you can. You mean this box? Yes, that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with this urn, and she wouldn't let anyone enter the storage room. She wouldn't let anyone into the storage room, not even me. Oh, interesting, new tidbit. So you're sure that you had never seen the urn before? Indeed. You may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was forced entirely on the entrance to the warehouse. However, I, Luke Acme, let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. You mean this calling card? That's right. That is, without a doubt, my calling card. I guess Mr. Delight didn't make this after all. Of course. Because Acme knew about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. Then no one entered the basement warehouse? Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. And this is the photo that proved that, huh? Indeed, to be honest, even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much. Hey, Nick, if this photo is a fake, Detective Acme must have stolen the urn whenever this was taken. That's true. You know, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove that he's lying there, we can wrap this up and put a bow on it. I need to take a good hard look at the court record. Not a lot to go on, is there? That detective's been covering his tracks. There's only one thing we need to prove in this cross-examination. That he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. Alright then. How do we do that? There's one thing that Acme stated very clearly, that he had never seen the urn before he stole it. We need to prove that he's lying. Don't you be going off on me, Monitor. Okay, so, do you know which statement? I can tell you right now, this is probably one of the easiest cross-examinations that you'll ever face in this game. One of the easiest. Which evidence? To make this easy? No. No. There was one thing that they mentioned in this testimony that could give you a hit. So okay. So we have the poster, statue, which they don't have any direct connections to Mask. The poster is just an exhibit poster for the urn. We have the calling card, which that does have to do with Mask. This has to do with the 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 Mask. And we're going to cancel out this urn because it's already something that was mentioned in the testimony itself. So I'll stay on this page for you to make it a lot easier. Remember what I said, which one was related to the Mask. Well, it says the Mask knocked Acme out during a fight, but we found this to be incorrect. The only thing I can think of is the sword added way too much weight to the statue, so he pulled the sword out, which in doing so, he bented the sword and just threw it out of the way so that the cart can move. Because I think what ended up happening is he tried to push the statue on the cart, and the statue was pointing to the ground. And when he got it into the paint, it slowly started to bend. So he ripped it out, bended it further so he can slide the statue out. Back further. That's why it's bent. Other than that being knocked on the head with it, that's a complete fabrication he came up with. Though my theory actually sounds much more in what I think happened, because there's no visual evidence to prove what I said, but it's more believable.
Objection!
I'll tell you how easy this one was. All the statements were a lie except for statement 1 and 5. That's how easy it was. Mr. Acme, if you really are Mask the Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with the calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Mask the Mask had written. Take good care of the speckled urn. Now, the speckled here surely refers to this paint pattern on the sacred urn. Yes, that is true. But what so? So what? Truth be told, there's no way the Mask could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains? And those stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Troit. The day the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to the human error, or should I say an error from the human, And that's when the pink paint got on the urn. Thanks for making Adrian Andrews a bad person, Phoenix. You can't be serious. And yet this calling card clearly mentioned the paint pattern, which means Detective Acme had seen this urn long before the crime even took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. Fool! And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself? Alright, that did it. He's broken. Nick, I think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh? Ha! It's so sad. No one has any conviction, convictions these days. Conviction, you say? Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was Master Mask. And now you're calling him a murderer? You don't think we're being a tad fickle? Well, we're not disproving that he was Master Mask. We're not disproving that. Because clearly, he stole the urn. He dressed up as Master Mask. Just not on the day of the murder. That's a good point. No way. Don't fall for that too, Your Honor. You say that Luke Acme was the one who killed Kane Bullard? Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that?
An excellent point. Motive, Mr. Wright. Motive. Might you, my merry murderous motive, manifest?
Next, he's getting his second win. If he prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Ron Delight, as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for murder. The only one with any motive we've seen is Ron Delight. Isn't that right, Detective?
Indeed. According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear.
Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were.
I'd be honored to, sir, old time.
They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our last chance.
Motive for murder. I, Luke Acme, had no point of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Master Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Master Mask. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy.
So the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant? Now you gotta ask yourself, why does he know about the blackmail letter? That's one thing you have to ask yourself. Why does he know about the blackmail letter?
This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. A handwritten test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote this letter. What? Blackmail letter updated in the court record. Very well, Mr. Wright. Begin your cross-examination. And who in the world is going to prove that? I will. After doing a thorough background check of Detective Acme and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any link between them. It's all in the report. Perhaps they were connected through their work? They were both involved in security. Nope. That was blunt. In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. Delight. Mistook? That's right, mistook. From the Old Norse mistaka, means to take in error. That wasn't what I meant. Just who did the victim mistake Master to be? Why, the answer is obvious. Rhonda Light, of course. Boy, I'd like to wipe the smug off this guy's face. Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Master Mask? Don't you already know that? The Flurry. Take a look at this newspaper. Oh, that's the famous Tear of Emnon, the magical gem. The photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly guard, namely the defendant. The defendant? The victim clearly misread this article and Safari got the word wrong impression. Impression that this ugly security guard was in fact Master Mask. How did he find him ugly? Matter of fact, I think Ron Delight looks a lot better than he does. At least he doesn't have the nose that sticks out about 2 feet from his face. You understand, right, Di? I see. That he's not ugly. That was an unusually reasonable deduction. You mean this blackmail letter right here? It says bring $50,000. And the handwriting in it, without a doubt, is the victim. There's no mistaking. We have an official report to prove it. But I don't see any addressee on this letter anywhere. Addressee? This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment. Mr. Delight did show up at the designed place and time. The fact that there is no addressee is irrelevant. Wonder. Well, it's going to still be quite relevant. What's that, Nick? I just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Whoa. Do you have any evidence of that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter. Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied? What do you mean by that? Oh my, I was certain you were already aware. Why? City Security had a lot of security information on all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief, I stole data from the company. Kate Bullard had yet to forgive young Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believing he was the thief. There is a file that we discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. Evidence that Mr. Bullard was receiving money through blackmail. However, isn't this a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money, even though he wasn't actually Master Mask? We have an answer for that. Don't we, Dad? We have a very strong answer for that. On that point, there was an unfortunate bit of chat. Do you really think this story is going to hold up? That assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I have here a memo from around Delight's wife. Desiree Delight. Roddy thinks he's Master Mask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him. Ha! Well, Mr. Troit? Ugh! Was he trying to act like Mr. Light just now? I thought he was actually pretty convincing. Now that's just your imagination talking. Come now, Sir Lawyer. I'm afraid imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a dedication. The result of clearly applied reasoning. Can we hear that careful reasoning for ourselves? It's a long story and better saved for another time.
Very well, another time. Those so long ago stories aren't usually all that long. Well, no, not really. But they're longer than 10 to 20 minutes, I assure you that. And since you're working in a courtroom, stories like that are best held elsewhere. At least not in my experience. So you're going to try to connect Detective Acme to Mr. Bullet, right? Yeah, that's right. Hopefully it won't require surgery either. Trauma Center reference. In that case, you'll have to talk about the blackmail. That's true. Was that blackmail letter really intended for Ron? Since we don't have enough information, you should press him for more testimony. Maybe I'll be able to shake some contradiction moves that way. Alright, now, I want to ask you something. You want to take the shortcut? Or do you want to take the long way to get more information out of them? It's not going to, doing the long way is not really going to change much, but it's going to give you more hints and details that you may not find out through a shortcut. Because there are two different pieces of evidence that you can use. No, not the wallet. The wallet's not going to help in this one. There are two different pieces of evidence that you can use. One of them is going to just cut everything straight to the end. The other one is going to give you this long process and give you more details that you can actually pick up so it can help you later in the trial. You want to do long. Okay, if we're doing long, I'm going to drop you to this page. What here would reflect the blackmail incident? That what one would actually really connect Kane Bullard? Let's see. We can get rid of the urn. Let's see, this is Ron Delight's testimony. That's not going to help us. Buzzer data. That's not really going to help us. We have this one, but it doesn't mention anything about Luke Acme. The buzzer is not going to help us. We have the newspaper article. We have Kane's autopsy report, which isn't going to help us. There you go. Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. This one I have not done. So I'm going to do everything blind with you. Because before I just handed him the blackmail letter and that was it. So we're going to work with this together. Okay? So this little small section is going to be blind for both of us, okay? It contains a picture of the tears of Emmenon, the stolen jewel. What about it? The problem is that this jewel's color? Color? I'm not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Red? Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the tear of Emmenon the master stole at all.
Objection!
And your point is, Mr. Troy? So you are trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? That is what you're trying to say, right, Troy? That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright?
Well, that is what you're trying to say, right, Nick?
Yes. A trio. This is who Kane Bullard was actually blackmailing. Naturally, it was you, Detective Acme. Do you have some sort of basis for this claim? You have been personally involved in every single mask case. And in this last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward. A jewel? Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. The red diamond ring. That is the diamond referred to in the letter, which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you. Ah! Order in the court. Order, I say. It seems you've gone too far with your childish prank, Mr. Troy. Uh-oh. I don't like the way you said that. King Bullard blackmailing Luke Acme? Are you for real? Yes, I am.
Nick, come on, stand up to him.
Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world, yes, it certainly does. Kane Bullard threatened to meet Luke Acme's identity, public knowledge, an identity he wanted to keep as a secret. So just what was that identity? Acme killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick. The identity that Luke Acme wanted to so deeply keep secret was his identity as... I will give you a big hint. The answer is one that has not been revealed to us at all. That is your hint. Look at me was a blackmailer.
Objection!
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Acme. Are you saying that Acme was blackmailing someone else on top of that?
You have to admit that does sound a little odd.
It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Acme, but Ron DeLight was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So, did you start receiving the blackmail letters after this incident?
Yes, just a few days after the Sierra Emanon heist.
After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans.
Detailed plans?
Which one that would mean that Ron DeLight was actually masked to mask? That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. DeLight steal his targets from him. And that someone was none other than Luke Acme. Shh. Silence. Now I see. It's all becoming clear. I see Diusi using this later on. What is it? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless with a tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you? You say that I, Luke Acme, was blackmailing Ron DeLight? In which case, I would naturally know all about his relations to Master Mask. Well, yes. Ron DeLight started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed the first crime. Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke Acme know that Ron DeLight was masked to mask? This is pretty easy to figure out. Very easy to figure out. No. The sword itself would not be any connection to Ron and Luke Acme. Okay? What is one piece of evidence that would ultimately reveal that Luke Acme knows Ron DeLight was masked to mask? The sword, as I said, is in that condition because Luke Acme tried to push the statue on a cart, which the statue was pointing to the floor, and he tried to push it to the page. No. So that's how that was bent, okay? No evidence is going to say what I said, but there's going to be a lot of people who are Ace Attorney fans who are going to say, that makes sense.
No, that's not gonna help either. That's a symbol of mask to mask, not a symbol for Ron Delight. Remember the discussion at the detention center. Remember that discussion at the detention center. What did Ron Delight say when he saw this newspaper clipping? So, if you look over here to your right, you'll see a trash can, right? And just next to him is Ron Delight, okay? So apparently, as the story goes, Ron Delight was in his mask-to-mask costume, and he took it off and put it in that trash can next to him, because he was already dressed in his uniform underneath his mask-to-mask costume. And this person here to the right is a witness. Does that make sense?
Take that!
I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? This newspaper clipping has a picture of you and Ron Delight in his guard uniform. It seems that Mask to Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket, which is the trash can. So, that sounds far too stupid to be true. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone a detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Acme. That's when you learned that under his mask to mask is Ron Delight. What the? Wasn't he supposed to be mask to mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. I can't believe it. He was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud trying to pass off as an ace detective. How dare you expose me like that? Why? I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective. And that's also mask to mask. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why, you? How dare you even dare?
It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer. That was quite a performance. I say, Mr. Acme. Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Acme.
Objection!
The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge. You don't get much more in your face than that. It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite. What do you... It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Acme was a filthy blackmailer, and that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor the night of the murder. That's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr. Bullard. But there's still one thing you haven't yet to prove. What's that? Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse of a man was at KB Security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. No way! Order in the court. Well, Mr. Wright? Oh, this is it. This is the final round. I've got to prove that Acme was at Mr. Bullard's office on that night. But can you really prove that? That's long enough, Mr. Trite. I want to hear your answer. That night, Lou Acme was at KB Security, and the defense unfortunately, we can't. We don't have any evidence to prove that he was actually there. So by saying that we can't, we have to have more testimony. I can't prove it. Just as I thought. But if we hear more of Detective Acme's testimony...
Objection!
Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trite. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. What? Have you forgotten? Luke Acme is here after we interrupted his own trial. And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. Well, shut. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as mask to mask. No! Well, now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the Ace Detective, as well as mask to mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Rondelites will verify that he is the true murderer. Keep an eye on what he says, okay, Di? I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness... Order in the court. That's enough deliberation over this witness. I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is. Don't give up now, Nick. But we still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence. And by then, it'll be too late. Huh? Why? Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law. Double jeopardy? Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts, and it applies to the witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. Acme will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty is mask to mask, which means he will be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned. No way! The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Acme's guilt of the crime here means that he will never again be tried as Kane Bullard's murderer. Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer, look at me, will go free. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. As long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? And I hereby the cross-examination of Luke Acme.
Objection!
I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistake as a result. How did you? Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. What's that voice? No way. Di, do you know who this is? MIA. Mia. Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia! This is the true power of the crane channeling technique. I know that this is really Maya who's standing before me. But right now, she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. Testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you just said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement that the witness has made here today. Well, yes, that's true, but unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end of... And after all, remember what I said, remember this. I am the ace detective as well as Master Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness... Yes, but those comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor? Something the matter, Mr. Godo? Oh, nothing. Oh, sir lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, look at... Let's hear it. It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Godot, what are you? Very well then. Mr. Look at me. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. Defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the real murderer. So please, give us one last bit of testimony. Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Do you see a difference with this model compared to the other ones? A little smaller in the face. Kind of like how she looked in the flashback trial. She's still older than her one in the flashback trial, but she's slightly different in the face. Yes, Chief. The last testimony. This one's a long one. Very long. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about any vitality important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph re-edited. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron DeLay. And thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight wearing his Master Mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter? The victim likely mistook the color of the jewel. Worry. Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. The witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained and none of them seems to contradict anything. But of course, how did you know about the emergency buzzer? The police investigation documents were directly through me. And I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, sir lawyer. The police would not send you any of those documents. I can assure you that. Because if they don't have a direct link that you were connected to the murder, they are not going to show you any of those evidence. Grrr. Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, sir lawyer? I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. We cannot postpone Luke Acme's trial any longer. This is your last chance. Hang on a sec. Just one chance? Ha! It seems that the party's about to begin. Wow, Phoenix? There isn't any evidence that contradicts with the testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean? So it would seem. Listen, Phoenix. Pointing out contradictions does not always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Cup number 17, the last cup. It seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction in that testimony, and I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means all I can do is find the contradictory remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. You heard what they said, right? You heard what they said, right? We cannot willingly press every statement. We have to pick one statement and we have to press it. Okay? This is probably the hardest testimony that you've ever had to do. Right? Are you going to be able to do this one? Maybe. Okay. So that means you're going to have to read every statement, and I will change to the next statement when you say next, or drop arrows, because I believe you can drop arrow emojis. Okay. Sorry about that, Ruby. Not much I can do with your internet right now. You just have to talk with your mom or your grandmother to see if you can't find an internet service that provides fiber. That is the last statement. Nope. Because what he's saying is true. The victim would have left prints if he had sounded it. Kane Bullard doesn't wear gloves. I get that new subscriber in today and YouTube automatically takes it away. I didn't even have it for a day and YouTube takes it away. And I watch here and watch YouTube take it. No, that statement is 100% correct. Because, remember, Larry Butts found the wallet and the key card laying at KB Security. So it does prove that Ron DeLay was there. By the way, re-edited is actually spelled wrong in this game. This one's a tough one, right? Whoa, whoops. See, I was able to make a deduction from the buzzer which only sounded once. Well, that is true what he said. That is definitely true what he said. You want to try it? You're so nervous because you only got one chance, and if it's wrong, we start this whole trial all over again. Because I didn't save before this. Let's try it.
Hold it!
Mr. Acme, how about this last remark?
Objection!
You still don't get it, do you, Trite?
This isn't the time to be pressing the statement on pressing the witness on every little statement. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godot. There you go. Problem solved. That's what you gotta look for if you press the statement correctly. Is his response. What? Mr. Acme, it seems you have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. Now think about what he just said. Okay, I will recite this. Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. Why does he know that? Nobody mentioned that at all throughout the trial. It was not stated in the trial at all. Why does he know that? Because nowhere in this trial did they mention, well, actually, it was mentioned in this trial, but it was only mentioned in this trial. It was not mentioned anywhere else outside of trial at all. So how does he know this? It wasn't written in any documentations. The police would not have given him this information. The only way he would have found out is if he was there. That is why Phoenix is questioning this. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Acme? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit. Is that correct? Indeed. That's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. His deductions may be foolproof, but it made him the fool. More like your deduction proof that you're a fool. I just said that. I'm sorry? Whatever do you mean? For some reason I'm starting to get really thirsty. See, even Godot is literally just realizing what he just said. This is not going to be his first reaction either. Oh, and I gotta tell you something. These cases, I had found out were done by different writers. So, you'll find that out as we go along. All these cases apparently were done by different writers. When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed as Master Mask when he went to the scene of the crime? That was it was just a few hours ago, back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Do you remember that one, Di? Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. See, that's where he had to be there to know about that. That's right, the defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only person who should know this are those who have been watching this trial. Grr. Do you understand now, Detective Acme? There's no way that you should have known about that. You were in the next courtroom, being tried as Master Mask. So then enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information? Well, come on, this detective must have known about it. He surely isn't defective. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand.
And it's those chances that I wanted to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask the Mask outfit. This is one and only one way for Detective Acme to have found this out. Only one way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer.
Objection!
But Mr. Light never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Acme.
Objection!
It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn this statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight. Impossible. Detective Acme, you saw Mask the Mask at the murder scene that night. I could have sworn that image morphed into him in the DS port. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Taking a look, everyone! Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown! That's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. What an awfully complicated incident. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Acme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Acme tried to frame Ron Delight. He then claimed to be guilty as Mask the Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to the end, he came up with this plan. He used the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi. At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth. Excuse me! I came perilously close to besmirking the record of an innocent young man. Besmirking him with the title of murderer. Don't ignore me! Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict. I know. You never committed any murder. That's right. I'm so glad you understand that, but I really am Mr. Mask! Oh? So thanks to the trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? Oh. What was it you said? Double jeopardy? Now that you mentioned it. Oh, I've been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. Then, Master Mask is really innocent? It would seem so. For now. For now. Now then, this court finds the defendant. Now the only way that he's going to be tried as Master Mask is if he commits another crime. Then he'll have new evidence. Boy, this is really lucky. Wait,
This isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am mask to mask after all. October 14th, 3:15 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. You did it, Phoenix. Well, thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh? I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the train channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Right. Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course. Well then, see you around. Yeah. Mr. Wright? I don't know what to say. Congratulations, Mr. Delight. Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore now, though. Come on, just be happy already! Maya! You've been cleared of murder charges and got off as master to boot. But in exchange, I lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming master I did it all for one reason. For her. You mean your wife, Desiree? She hates criminals more than anything. And to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said how she hates sneaky criminals. I knew that. But I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had. She wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. Thought she would leave me for sure. So that's why you became Master. Yes, but it's all over now. Broken bowl can never be put back together. That's not true, right, Nick? Right. Really? Can we go back together? Go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it. I can? I kind of wish you would check with me first. Mr. Delight, even if a bowl is broken, there is always a way to put it back together. Alright. You know what they're referring to, Di? Can a bowl be really put back together again? What piece of evidence would prove that? That's probably the easiest one, right? The sacred urn. Desi was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife. She's always beloved in you. Or believed in you, Ron. Actually, you'll find out that it was broken more than twice. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Ah, there you are! Oh, Miss Delight. You did it, Ronnie! You're innocent! I'm so happy! Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, but I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you? Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you'd quit KB Security. I never imagined that you were really Master Mask either. Mr. Light, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast that there's no way he could ever get away. But didn't you say that you hated criminals? Huh? No, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective. She's changing her view of things. I see. My
Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spent with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Is it Jessie? Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Nicky boy? Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. I can feel my face going red. Mr. Nick! Mystic Maya, congratulations! Ah. Talk about bad timing. Mr. Nick, how could you? What? I'll never forgive you, never, ever, ever! So just as the case came to a close, so did my consciousness. Well, there's Pearl's final smash! Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together, but I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. Yeah. So that urn has quite a story. So I'll spoil it a little bit. This urn has been broken multiple times. I'm not going to spoil the details of it, okay? And the game doesn't tell you how many times this urn has been broken. It just tells you it's been broken multiple times. So, we know Pearl's broken it, and we know Adrian Andrews broken it. But there's other people that has broken it, and we will find out later. So, you know what? I think we're going to start the next case. We're going to jump in and start the next case, and I will tell you about this case as soon as we get it started. That's enough. This court sees no reason for further prolong the trial. This case is extremely clear, and I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. It wasn't me! I swear it wasn't me! The evidence and testimony we've seen and heard so far, the victim was alone at the table. No! You're wrong! I know what I saw! I saw! I saw someone else there, a man. He's the killer. Why won't anyone believe me? Well, I'd say that was pretty much wraps this case up, wouldn't you? Mr. Wright? This court finds the defendant. This court is adjourned. January 6th, 10:03 a.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. Okay, so I will quickly jump in and I will discuss this case for you. Now, the music that you're going to be hearing is going to be different from the last case, and here's why. The investigation portions of this game are all original to when it was supposed to have been presented in Justice for All. No parts of the entire investigation was changed except for minor changes of the dialogue. This is a cut case that was supposed to be in Justice for All. The courtrooms have changed to reflect this game. They did not bother changing the investigation portion of this game. And you will find out what I'm talking about here. Well, being that it was first released on the Game Boy Advance, yes. They could have put it back in Justice for All, but they chose to leave it in Trials and Tribulations. So, it made sense to leave it in Trials and Tribulation. As for it being a Game Boy Advance title, and being that there was limited space on a Game Boy Advance cart, that made sense. The start of the new year always makes me feel like I can take on the whole world. I actually like this case. And you can already ask Di what she thinks of Turnabout Big Top. I don't think she hated it. I think she's probably thinking the way I'm thinking. People are misjudging Big Tops. It may not be a very interesting case because the music doesn't draw the case that well, but it was well written, and the past stuff was really, really dark, and that was what made that case good. This is not a bad case. This actually is a really good case, and whoever says this is bad, they really need to replay this case over again. The start of the new year always makes me feel like I can take on the whole world. I bet it does, Maya. So, I decided that our resolution would be the Blairy! Take on the world! Di is definitely going to use this word now that this case is over with. What do you think? Sure, whatever, Maya. But I think maybe you'd have more than enough mistletoe cake. Never. You've got to eat a lot of cake during New Year's. It's practically a tradition. Like watching the fireworks on TV or playing a board game. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe? Happy New Year, Detective! What? No, listen up, Wright. I wanna... Here's to another fruitful year of lawyer-police cooperation. Yeah, me too. All right, pal. You've got some explaining to do. Hey, you got a holiday present for me, Detective? What? Here, have this. It's really nothing much, but... Yay, thanks! Look, pal, we need to have a talk. Take a seat. Hey, what about Pearly? You haven't gotten her present, have you? No, I mean, yes, I mean, no. You do this on purpose. I guess I busted. How did you like my first practical joke of the year? Very funny, pal. Now, let's see how funny you think this is when I show you this. What is this? A magazine? Hey! I want to see. Deadly poisoning brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced? Trounced? Let me see that. The defense attorney gave an almost childishly amateur performance yesterday. What the heck is this? It's a report, pal, about you. Listen to this. Mr. Wright must take full responsibility for the ruling in this case. Well, and don't tell me you don't remember anything about it. But I don't remember anything about it. When was this issue from anyways? December last year, which I guess makes it last month. Which makes it old news, you mean? But I wasn't involved in a poisoning case in December. So what do you think this is all about, Nick? If it wasn't you, pal, then that leaves only one possibility. No way! You don't mean a phony, Nick? This must be Gumshoe's idea of a joke. Guess he's starting off the year with one too. Magazine clipping added to the court record. So? What are you going to do about it, pal? What do you mean, what am I going to do about it? Well, it's your fault that the judge found the defendant guilty in this case. My fault? How do you figure that? Because the Phoenix Wright is super famous now. Well, maybe only sort of. Yeah, so what happened when you hotshots start getting too full of yourself? But I didn't do anything wrong. At least, not that I can remember. You better make this right, pal, now. And that means taking the case back to court, got it? Sounds like we've got our first case of the year, Nick. Let's tackle it with guts and chest out. I don't know. The judge already issued a guilty verdict issued a verdict once in this case. It's not going to be easy to get it overturned. I guess the New Year's resolution is going to have to wait until next year. So you're taking the case, right? Good. I'm going to head over to the courthouse then. After that, I'll go back to the precinct. Drop by if you need something, okay, pal? Guess people are starting to know the name Phoenix Wright. If a client entrusts the case to me based on my reputation, I guess I'm kind of responsible. But why would someone want to impersonate me? What sort of a guy would do that? So, what's our first move? Guess we go down to the detention center and talk. Wait a sec, Nick. This person's behind bars because of you. Whoever it is isn't going to be jumping at the chance to meet you, right? Hey! Let's get one thing straight. It wasn't me. It was a fake me that did it. I wonder if he looks exactly like you. You're phony. Ixon EO. I mean, I hope not. And what kind of a name for an evil devil? Zinino EO. Anyways. Die. I want you to take that and I want you to write that word backwards. Zinio. And you tell me what it says. Do you get it? Now, what would your name be backwards? Yes, you id. Nick, I've got it. If you're going to ask whether I have a twin brother, the answer is no. Spoil sport. Did you notice Gumshoe was acting weirder than usual, or was it just me? What do you mean? I mean, he was really worked up. Like a guy who's just found out he's going to be a dad or something. Yeah, I guess he was acting quite strange. Maybe he realized he's got strong feelings for you, Nick. That is not the case. Considering how we interact, I seriously doubt that, Maya. Well, if he wasn't nervous because of you, then maybe it's because of our new guilty client? January 6th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Di! Can you take a guess who our client's going to be? I'll give you a hint. It's actually somebody we already know. Somebody we already know. Yeah. This is so nerve-wracking, waiting to meet our new client. I wonder just what kind of person you tricked and got found guilty. Keep it down, Maya. That kind of talk could ruin me. Ah! How could you, Mr. Wright? How could you do this to me? You know who she is, right? Maggie Bird. Remember how her name is spelled? Maggey, you're almost correct on the first name. And Bird is B-Y-R-D-E. They put me in solitary. I haven't been able to stop crying. Oh, aren't you? Yes, I am. I am totally, utterly let down. Ah, are you? Don't pretend you don't know me. It's me, Maggie. Remember? Maggie Bird. Now you'll remember that name, right? Maggie Bird. Ah! Maggie Bird. She's the policewoman I defended that one time. She was accused of murdering her lover. He was a cop, too. What are you doing in here?
didn't I get you? Oh, sure, very funny. After the 5th-rate defense job, you come in here and start making jokes? You better hurry up and tell her what happened, Nick. Oh. I see. So that's where we stand right now. I'm sorry you've been caught up in another murder. My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. I vaguely remember her saying the exact same thing last time, but I don't mind. What's one more disaster in my life? At least now that the real Mr. Wright is here with me. I won't let the world keep me down, sir. So, how come you're dressed like that, Maggie? Last year you looked so sharp in the police uniform. I was fired after that incident last year. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I don't mind one bit. I enjoyed being on the force. But I think it was time for me to move on. So, what do you do now? In the second act of the life of Maggie Bird, I'm playing the role of a waitress. A waitress? Yes. In a French restaurant. It's a small place, but it's quite fashionable. My charming smile and sharply figure came through for me. And the owner, Mr. Armstrong, hired me straight away, sir. And then you got into this mess straight away, right? Yeah, you could put it that way. This whole mess started on the 3rd of last month. And it happened at Tribulations. Tribulations? Yeah, it's a restaurant where good service and friendly smiles are always included. Oh. There were 2 men at the table, both drinking coffee. And then one of the men slipped poison into the victim's cup. The victim took just one sip and was gasping for air. I was so shocked I passed out. Hey, hold on there, Maggie. What? You keep calling the guy the victim. Don't you know the guy who was killed? Not at all. I've never even seen the guy before. Oh. So she wouldn't have had a motive to kill him then, I guess. And for all these other trials, we could not pin a suspect on without a motive on him. And if she doesn't know the victim, then there wasn't a direct motive for her to kill. And the other man, the killer, you saw him, right? Of course, a good waitress must be attentive to their clientele. So you saw the killer, but you were found guilty at the crime scene anyways. How come? You tell me, Mr. Wright. Ah! Guess the answer to the question is my phony. Anyways, she saw the killer. Better see if I can get a description of the guy. So, if you saw the murderer, why were you still convicted? Because no one else saw. Saw what? The other man, the one who put the poison in the victim's coffee. Everyone testified that way. Mr. Armstrong, the customer, everyone. The victim was sitting alone at his table the whole time.
But how's that possible? I don't know, but nobody, not one person would believe me, sir. Even Phoenix Wright, my one last hope for a fair trial, failed me. What a pathetic defense. My granny could have done a better job. Look, that wasn't me, okay? And then they found something a bit incriminating in my apron pocket. What? A bottle of poison. What? Poison? It was in your pocket? Well, I passed out when the victim collapsed. The killer must have slipped the poison into my pocket when I was unconscious. And no one else saw this other guy? No, sir. That's what everyone said, but I don't see how they could have missed him. I was the one who took the coffee to the two men. Oh? And what was your impression of them? Well, when I first saw them, I kind of thought that they might be in the music industry. In music? How come? Well, one of them had some sort of earpiece and, musician's look about him. And there was a sample CD on the table, sir. An earpiece and a sample CD? Huh? Did you get a look at the CD at all? It had a band's name written on it. I think it was MC something. They must have been preparing for their debut, I guess. So it was a band CD. Maybe a promo disc? Maybe it was MC Screwdriver. Get serious, Maya. Would you buy a CD from a group named that? What was that name again? MC Hexa, MC. And about the killer, what did he look like? Well, I don't really remember. Only that he was a young man, well, a bit like the victim, really. Alright. Oh yeah, I need to ask you about this. Hey, this article about my case. Can you tell me something about the guy who was pretending to be me? Yes, sir. It was the morning after I'd been arrested. I met you in the visitor's room here. You were wearing one of your super sharp suits. Me? Yes, you, Mr. Wright. Hey, Maggie. Was my evil double a yam here too? You can already guess what that spells backwards, right? No, I don't remember a photo of you, Maya. Oh. Would have been so cool. Technically could have been, because, well, we'll find out later. Then you got really worked up and passionate. I'm gonna get you cleared this crime, you said. Okay, I get the picture, but you've met me in person before. So how come you didn't realize that guy wasn't the real me? Guess looking back now, it was a little strange. Only a little? Okay, so you were a bit taller than normal, and you looked a bit shady, and your voice was a bit weird. Oh, and you had this kind of... So the guy was nothing like me then! But he had your spiky hair and blue suit. Is that all it takes for someone to imitate me? How about everyone else in the courtroom? Like, the judge and the observers. Didn't they realize he was an imposter? Everyone had this big question mark on their faces, but it seems that no one wanted to say anything, sir. This just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Mr. Wright, do you think it's possible to get a retrial? Probably. Court ruled in the absence of a genuine defense attorney, so we should be able to get a retrial. Mr. Wright, do you think we'll win next time, sir? My life has been full course meal of bad luck, complete with defeat for dessert. Since I was 6 months old, when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building. I'm still trying to figure out how a 9-month-old building survived from a 6-month-old baby survived from a fall from a 9th floor apartment building. 6 months old. The cranium hasn't been fully developed yet. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. I even landed a phony lawyer when I had the misfortune of being accused of murder. But I will survive, because Maggie Bird always lives to fight another day. And one day I'll find it. Just you wait and see, sir. I'll find that one single moment of good luck. Alright. Zinnief is really going to pay for this. What are you staring at me like that for? But Maya's right. Whoever it is that thought it was a good idea to use my name and get an innocent girl convicted of murder had better watch out. We'll find him. Don't you worry. We'll get Zinnief for you. Thank you. Oh, I'll tell you where Tribulations is then. Okay. Oh, right. The restaurant where the murder took place. Yes, sir. When you go, please tell Mr. Armstrong I said hi. Sure. All right, Nick. Let's go check out this restaurant and its food. We don't want to go through all this again, do we? Sort of the plot for Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Which character are we talking about? Oh, right. We're talking about Sonic and Shadow. That's what we're talking about. January 6th, Tribulations. Wow. Look at this place. Di, if you went into this restaurant, what would be your first impression? By the way, I think I found Looney's theme song. Just all smiley. Smiles. Very pink. So what do you think of this music being Looney's theme song? Emoji's slow floating. You should find this track and you should send it to Looney. It says, Looney, we just found your theme song! Look, more like smell. What is with that suffocating scent of flowers in here? By the way, every table has a flower. You can see flowers on the wall. You can see flowers on the bookcase. There's even flowers on that thing right there next to the partition. And if you have allergies, this would be the last place you want to go to. Like me. I have allergies. I have asthma. I would not step foot in this door. I probably would step right out of that door and say, nope. You're not going to get me in there without oxygen. And again, girls like that kind of thing, right? Well, I'll be honest with you. Girls that don't have a lot of allergies and don't suffer from asthma, they probably would. But I can almost guarantee you, a girl would just be the same if they have a lot of allergies and they suffer from asthma. Actually, I'm not all that into it. No one's coming to see us. Maybe there's no one here. Don't be silly, Maya. This is a restaurant and it's open for business. You still would be greeted because there has to be somebody at that register. Why is there a register there if there's no waitress or somebody to seat somebody at their seats? Hi. Hello? Anyone here? Don't believe it. There really isn't anyone here. Perfect. Let's get intrusive. If there's no one here, we can take anything we want. Yeah, I suppose we can. Di, do you see anything of interest? What thing sparks your interest? How about this? Were you looking behind there and like, what's this doing over here? Right? It's a rack full of fashion magazines, and they're all in French. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometimes, huh, Maya? Yeah, I guess I could. I'm always in my afterlife clothes, aren't I? It'd be fun to wear normal clothes every now and then. Huh? There's something stuffed behind the rack. Looks like a sports paper to me. Hey, and look at this. Someone scribbled a little doodle on one of the pages. MC Bomber. And 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. $500,000, $100,000. $100,000? Maybe? I wonder what MC Bomber is supposed to be. What do you think, Di? What do you think MC Bomber is supposed to mean? We'll find out. This paper is from December 3rd. This paper is from the day of the poisoning. What? Sports paper added to the court record. Paper from the day of the murder. This has got to be a clue. I should see if I can find out some more about this paper. Alright, so we're going to be leaving. Back to the detention center. Oh, a sports paper. Let's see. Did Gustin Braun manage to defend his heavyweight title? Sorry, Maggie, that paper is actually a month old. It's from the day of the murder. And Gustin got knocked out yesterday, I'm afraid. She's into boxing. No. I found this paper in the magazine rack at Tribulations. Really? That's strange. Tribulations doesn't get newspapers. Mr. Armstrong says he's not really fond of them. Maybe one of the customers left it behind? Anyways, what I want you to take a look at is this scribble here. Aha! That's it, sir! MC Bomber! That was the name that was not written on the CD. Just as I thought. I guess it was an MC Screwdriver after all, huh? So the $100,000 must be a down payment for a record deal, right? I don't know if it's anything for a record deal. If someone gave me $100,000, I'd sing for sure. The Master of Crane, or the Spirit Song, or even Maya's theme. Okay, Maya. So if the sample CD was on the victim's table, that means this newspaper may have belonged to the victim. You're right. So the victim left this behind on the day of the murder, huh? I think we better step up the investigation, don't you think? Yes, I think we do. Brace yourself. Brace yourself, die. Are you ready to come back here, Die? You ready? January 6th, Trey BN. Oh la la, bonjour, welcome to the Trey BN. Hello? What happened to Maya? She's frozen stiff. Buonovi! Welcome to my petit restaurante. Huh? Benevenu? Benevenu? Oh no, my petit chouploop. Chouploop. I am horrible at French. I took a little bit of it, but I only had like 1 year. Yeah. Me? Look at your face! Like a kitten rejected by its own mother. You are fatigued, non? Alors, you need this. An aromatic bath oil Meline of La Nerili and La Rose. My personal recommendation. But it's not a bad case. Just because you hate this guy does not have any bearing on the case at all. This case is pretty good despite this guy. You think I need what? Oui, just add a couple of drops of this mixture to the bathwater, voila! It will smooth your body and your mind. It's simply fantastic. Really? Think about what you just said, Phoenix. Think about what you just said. You said he exists. No, he doesn't. He does not exist. He's a figment of the writer's imagination. Right, Di? This guy does not exist. He's a figment of the writer's imagination. And for the monsieur? Oh, me? Look at that face. Like the puppy rejected by life itself. You're fatigued, non? For you, monsieur, I would recommend this. Oil of bergamot. And maybe a eel of oui. That's the exact same bottle. And I'm pretty sure it's the exact same stuff. I'll add the peppermint and the claret sage for a fragrance exceptional. Saying he exists is exaggerating, though. He's still a figment of the writer's imagination. Such an invigorating recipe will bring out your delicious beauty, monsieur. Di, do you feel like we need to check the court records right now? Do you think we should take a look at the court record now? Okay. Everything looks safe now, right? We'll take a look at this later, okay? For my beauty! Oh Lord! If you will be seated, I will bring you the special of the day. Actually, we're not here to eat, we're lawyers. Monsieur, I know this already, monsieur. You are the Phoenix, right, non? Yeah, you know me? Oui. I never forget a man who flirts with me, especially in court. I guess he was cross-examined by our mysterious Zenith. Looks like everyone to do Looks like everyone to do with this case knows who I am already. Guy, I think we should take a look at the court records. What do you think? Okay, it's safe. I wonder what sort of impression Zinni's been leaving on people, don't you? Allow me to introduce myself to you. I am One Armstrong. Enchanté. Okay, let's take a look at the score record now. Uh-oh. We have a problem. We have a problem. Do you see a problem, Di? What's the problem? The Magatama. Gone. So what does très bien mean? You can actually look this up on Google. I think très bien means thank you. I know très, that means 3, right? No. Très bien is français. In English, you would say very good. Oh, that's what it means. Very good. Oh, very good. Oui, excitement. La atmosphere is très bien. La cuisine is très bien. I would disagree. If it was that good, his restaurant would be packed, right? If the food was that good, that restaurant should be packed. If the food's so good, why aren't there any customers in here? Juan Armstrong. He is a perverted French crossdresser. I said it. My cuisine is not for all. Some people, they do not appreciate la haute cuisine. I thought everyone liked hot cuisine. Since I have lost Maggie, I do not have enough hands. Apologies if you don't like this part, Ruby. This is going to be the entire case. So you're running this place on your own now? Oui, for the moment. No one has answered my advertisement. Oh, poor Molly. Please don't eyeball me while you say that. I am the chef. I am the manager. I am also a trained aerotherapist. A roaming what? A practitioner of the aromatherapy. The art of soothing the soul with the delicate floral aromas. Delicate? The smell coming from that bottle earlier was anything but. What joke did you make? What joke were you gonna make, Ty? I wanna know. So, could you tell me what you know about the incident? It makes me sad to remember. Yet I remember it so well. More than a month has passed since it happened. Ruby the cat. Yeah, I guess it's been about a month since Maggie's sentencing. So, it was the 3rd of last month, just after 1 in the morning. He's waiting for somebody to pet him now. A man who was in there for a coffee suddenly became ill because of the poisoning in his coffee. That is the truth, as I know it. It was Maggie who took his drink to him. I was in the kitchen. I heard the sound of someone collapsing. I came out to see what it was. He was already slumped in his chair. He was dead? Mon Dieu, oui! He was dead. Maggie had passed out also. This man who died, was he alone? Oui, monsieur. All alone. I know that Maggie says there was someone else, but I see. The police say, asked me many times. Are you sure there was no one else at the tables, they said? But I am not the only one. The old man said the same thing. I'm a little confused. Take a look at what he looks like. His eyes are red right now. But the portrait on the wall, I believe, has him with blue eyes. Old man? What old man? So who is the old man that you mentioned? At the time of the murder, there was another customer in here. The portrait on the wall, do you see it? What? Someone else saw it? Mr. Wee, as usual, he came alone that day. At the time of the murder, he was here. He saw it too. But he said the same thing. Said there was no one else at the victim's table. But Maggie swears there was 2 people. Mademoiselle, the lawyer, he could not prove this, non? But the lawyer. That was me, I suppose? Miss Bunny, sir. Wow, he's the first person who said it wasn't me. Don't kid yourself, Nick! Now who's the one making stuff up? Maggie was a policewoman once, n'est-ce pas? Yes, but she had to quit her for reasons beyond her control. Oui, she was in the suspect in the murder investigation, no? Oh, you know about that? That is why I gave to her la perfume for la happiness. Happiness perfume? Oui, blended from bergamot, like I had given to you before. But she's been arrested again and found guilty this time. This is true. Her natural aroma of unhappiness must have been very strong. Just a minute, your perfume doesn't work. I'm not surprised she was in this prime suspect. After someone like that took place before my very eyes. Something like what? What's the guy talking about? Does this mean Maggie did have a motive? Gotta ask this guy for more information. Stat. When Maggie took the coffee over to the victim, did anything happen? Oui! I suppose you could say so. So what happened? No, it was nothing. Look, Maggie said she didn't even know the guy, but she's still been indicted for murder. The prosecution must have come up with some kind of a motive. Oui, it is true. If there was anything at all between Maggie and the victim, it could be relevant. So please, tell us everything you know. Cyclops? No way. What are we gonna do, Nick? We'll just have to... What the? Well, what's wrong? The Magatama, it's gone! Huh? I had it in my pocket, but it's vanished into thin air. What? But I could see the Cyclops. Maybe that means the Magatama is nearby? Mr. Armstrong? Can I just confirm something with you again? The table where the victim was seating, was anyone else sitting there? Ruby, can I ask you something? The typo that you made, are you French? That is a question you will have to ask him yourself. Huh? Him? The old man spent all of his time since Le Parc. Oh. A park? What park's that? Behind the restaurant. It's called Vitamin Square. Thank you. C'est vous en prie, Mathieu. Let's go check out the Vitamin Square right now, Nick. I like this music. January 6th, Vitamin Square. So, this is Vitamin Square. Yeah. I see where they get the name from now. The fruit screams, "Vitamins!" at you. Hey, Nick. That's that guy, right? Isn't that the old man Mr. Armstrong was talking about? The grouchy-looking grandpa? He's throwing seeds at the pigeons. Maya, he's not throwing seeds for them. He's throwing seeds at them. You can love this man or hate this man. Doesn't matter with me. And the way he fiddles his proboscis is kind of funny. Ugh, my grumpiness threat level has just been risen to red. Ooh, there's a magazine here. A magazine full of job listings.
You disgusting rogue, picking up something someone else threw away.
Throw away? Did you throw this away? Are you looking for a job?
Huh? That's none of your business.
Sorry, I guess I'll just take the magazine with me then.
I don't want anyone else having it. Give it back.
Too bad, now that you want it so bad, I don't want to give it up. Job listing added to the court record.
Hey, that's mine.
Thanks. Excuse me. Would you mind if I had a word with you?
Yes.
I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions.
What's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm busy? So you don't like my seeds, eh, pigeons?
He's really chucking those seeds at him. That kind of hurts.
Go on, eat this.
Excuse me, sir. Can I ask you about Maggie Bird?
I don't know any Maggie Bird.
Yes, you do. Maggie, the waitress at Tribulations.
It's a disguise, I tell you. An utter disgrace.
A disgrace?
An innocent young girl revealing herself like that?
Who's, Eustace Vibes? Who's Eustace Vibes? Revealing? You mean her uniform?
The youth of today. They don't have any shame. No shame, I tell you. Not 1 ounce. What happens to the old Bushido values of Japan, like honor and modesty?
What about me? I'm not wearing anything revealing.
You? Your problem is you lack any sense of grace.
Oh, Eustace. Oh, that one. Talk about hurting a girl while it hurts. Do you go to Tribune a lot?
That miserable excuse for a restaurant. That garbage they serve in there is not food. Where's the sushi? Where's the tempura? The rice?
Tribune is a French restaurant, sir.
Where do you think we are, boy? In Paris? I want real food, not those snooty snacks. And what about those shameless girls?
You mean the waitresses?
You can see all the way up to yes, the waitresses. They're practically naked and it's a disgrace, isn't it? Well, isn't it?
Listen, it's not my restaurant.
It's a miserable excuse for a restaurant, that place. Miserable.
He certainly knows that place. He must be a regular. But if he hates it so much, why does he keep going? Are you a regular at the Tribune, sir? Just, if you dislike it so much, why would you keep going there? Sir?
There you are, you filthy pigeon! You want food? Haha, take that!
He must be hiding something, right? If he is, I should be able to see a cyclock or two. Oh, wait. I don't exactly have the Magatama right now, huh? Remember, Nick, that Magatama is only on a loan. You better find her else. If Pearls ever gets wind of this, I'm going to be in a world of pain. Maggie is still there. Oh, gotta go back. I skipped one thing. Mademoiselle! Yeah? Are you looking for a job? What? No, I was just... Let me see. Your child, you're different. But you have a good face. Different? Felicitation! You have passed. I will hire you. Ben, come with me. I will teach you everything I know. Nick, help! I don't know whether to laugh or feel bad for Maya. Maybe I should do both. Alright. January 6th, Detention Center. Visitor's Room. Looks like they have Maggie in questioning. I guess I asked her pretty much everything. I'll come back here if there's anything else I need to ask her later. Okay. January 6th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Well, pal, have you gotten the evidence yet? The one that's going to find her innocent? No, not yet. We're only just started our investigation. Well, whatever you need to know, I'll give you the dirt on it. I'm putting off all my other cases for now, pal. She's really fired up about this. Oh, yeah, one more thing. The retrial's been approved. Court sitting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And Godot's going to be the prosecutor. Oh. Him. Now listen up, pal. If Maggie's found guilty again... Yes? I'll make sure you get locked up good for it. Got it? So the guilty party was Maggie Bird, huh? Yeah. Back when she was on the police force, you were her mentor when she was a rookie, right? Yeah, I kept a close eye on her. I mean, not too close, you know? Hey, what's that with that funny look, pal? I was just it wasn't anything like it. Look, sir, I was her boss when she was doing her training. But that was it. Nothing happened. Gumshoe sure is sweating up a storm over nothing. Die? What kind of message is Gumshoe showing here? By the way, what do you see on the windowsill back there? Yeah, he likes her. What do you see on the windowsill back there? What are their names? Oh, you got to know the one on the left. You got to know that one. He had a prominent role in the rise from the ashes. It's a very easy name to remember. He's the Blue Badger. With that said, what's the name of the other one? If his name is the Blue Badger, what's the name of the other one? Exactly.
Ah, so that's it. Our big old gumshoe has a little old crush on Maggie. I don't like her or anything. I was... Not to self. Gossip with Maya about this later. Look, pal. Don't tell anyone, okay? You've got to keep it a secret, got it? Sure. And would you mind not guessing what I'm thinking all the time? Hey, tell your face, pal, not me. You'd have to be blind not to see what's on your mind. So I was wondering, could you fill me in on the victim? Glenn Elg? He was a computer programmer. I see, a programmer. He was just a regular Joe working for a small-time computer firm. Maggie never had any contact with the guy before that day. And all she did was take him his coffee on the day of the murder, pal. Yeah, Maggie also claims to have never seen that guy. So, let's go back to MC Bomber. What do you think MC Bomber is? Now that we know he's a computer programmer, what's MC Bomber? And Phoenix, don't say anything if you know the answer. This is a direct question to die. Glenn Elg is a computer programmer. So, MC Bomber would be what? A computer program. If he's a computer programmer, MC Bomber would be a computer program. Did the victim go to the restaurant often? Not according to the show, that it was the first time he'd seen the guy. A programmer, and a first-time customer at that. What possible reason could Maggie have had to kill a guy like that? That's what I thought. But a motive was still somehow established in her trial. You're kidding. What was her supposed motive? Sorry, pal, I'm real busy. I haven't even got enough time to sift through these papers. Look into it yourself, okay? What could this motive have been? This isn't really a proper investigation. I'm kind of working on it for myself. Already ruled on the case and all the evidence is already in. The only problem is with Maggie's testimony. Yeah, it doesn't sound very good for us. Look, Phil, I've got a mountain of papers on this case to look over before tomorrow. So I'm just going to say this. Maggie Bird's no liar. Okay, so she's a bit out there and a bit off-base sometimes. But she was a good cop. That's not exactly complimentary, you know. So, what do you think really happened? And just how contradictory is her testimony? The biggest problem with Maggie's testimony is the number of people at the table. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. So, this goes under what they consider he said, she said situation. But for a waitress, they know every customer that's there. They will tell you exactly how many heads they have seen, because they have to do a head count when they serve orders, okay? There has to be a head count because that number is recorded at the end when they do their closing. That number has to be present. So they have to do a head count.
And if they go and do the final head count, based on that testimony, if there's one head off, they have to ask where that other head is. And if Maggie is saying that there's 2 people at that table and it matches the head count that is recorded in the book, then her testimony should be creditable as being legit. Maggie still insists that there was another guy sitting at the victim, sitting with the victim. Right, get this. Everyone else in the place says the guy was gone, even the chef. And then there's a CD. Pretty much. And then there's that CD. CD? Oh yeah, she mentioned something about a CD. And there was a sample CD on the table, sir. But our guys turned that place upside down. There was no CD. What? Not on the table. Not anywhere in that whole restaurant, pal. Didn't Maggie say that the victim was wearing an earpiece too? Yeah, but that was a portable radio in front of the pocket of his hoodie. Radio? Didn't have a CD player? Got it. Your phony never explained the contradiction at all. Come to think of it, the owner of Tribulations didn't mention the CD either. I don't know why, but I get the feeling Mr. Armstrong's got something to hide. Okay. The chef betrayed Bien, huh? You know what the chef said to me? Ooh la la, your body is full of toxins. And then he gave me this bottle. What's in it? I don't know. The label says juniper. One of orders to put a few drops of it in my bath every day. Under orders? Yeah, you know, there's something about that lady. I mean, guy. Huh? You can't stop thinking about him? Not like that, pal. Give me a break. He's not my type. I mean, I can't stop thinking that he's involved with this case somehow. Sounds like he knows a little something more about our charming chef. John Armstrong. What's this? Board paper? Yeah, I found it in the magazine rack at Tribulations. Dated the same day as the murder. You may be onto something here. And take a look at this. See this writing here? MC Bomber. MC Bomber, hey! What is it? I've heard that name somewhere before. Yeah, MC Bomber. What? Wow. He actually seems to be thinking for once. It's no good, I can't remember. And he goes back to being the gumshoe we all know and love. Hey, pal. I'm gonna borrow this paper for a bit, okay? I want to get handwriting analysis done on this scribble. Handwriting, huh? It'd be good to know more about that in any case. Thanks, pal. I bet this will turn out to be an interesting clue. Court paper given to the detective gumshoe. So what exactly is it that caught your attention about the chef at Tribulations? It's kind of hard to say. Guy's probably not even connected with the case anyway. Hey, come on, detective. Didn't you say you'd give me the dirt on anything? Oh, this sort of stuff is kind of unimportant gossipy stuff, you know, Bell? Like, how about this? You go to Tribulations and investigate the place yourself. And if you
find out anything suspicious about the guy, you report back to me, okay? Don't suppose I get a choice in this, huh? Guess I better find out more about this chef and trace again, then report back to Dumpster. January 6th, Tribulations. Scent of flowers sure is strong. It's almost making me dizzy. Oh, hello? Who is that just now? A customer? She had some sort of dark aura about her. Ah! Welcome! Being Avenue. Wow, what a cute voice. Oh, it's just you, Nick. Maya? Well, how do I look? Maybe you should quit being a spirit medium. Maybe, but it's kind of boring being a waitress. I mean, you're my first ever customer. Who was that woman I just saw? Oh. Since you're here, you might as well have something to eat. I am kind of hungry, actually. So, how do you like your new job, Maya? Never knew there was so much for a waitress to do. Take people's orders, bring them their food, make coffee, work the cash register. Of course, we need a customer before I can do any of that. Yeah, it's a nice looking restaurant. It's a shame more people don't come. Don't forget about the ultra cute waitress. Check out my gimme a tip smile. Hey Nick, why don't you order something? Just preparing a tasty lunch set at the moment. Or so he says. How much is it? It's the twin tea set, so it's $20, of course. $20, twin tea set. When I was playing this back in 2005, 2006, somewhere around that year, maybe 2007. Yeah, I was thinking that back then. But take a look at restaurant prices today on foods. That $20 is cheap. Yeah, that's another back in my day moment. Yeah, you're correct. But if you look at a restaurant's menu today, $20 is cheap. Not quite grandpa yet. We discussed this already, Ruby. I'm not grandpa yet. The twin tea set? I believe I'll be taking a pass on that. It's kind of expensive. What? But you can't. Come on, Nick. It's not every day I get to be a waitress. I want to try carrying plates and working the cash register. I do not look old. I am far from looking old. There is not a single gray hair here. There's not a single gray hair here. What are you talking about? Are you still in diapers? How about cleaning the toilet? That should keep you busy. Yeah, right. Maybe later. How about the lunch? Oh, a fine choice, sir. No, I am... Kitchen! A lunch special, please! With all the extra drinks, side salads, desserts, and gifts. I don't need any of that. Just a moment, please, sir. Maya's really getting into this. Um, 1960 was over 60 years ago. Not quite. Not quite. $1985. No, I said 85. I already told you this. 85. 38. You must have been born in 2020. So, how much is this lunch then? $20, huh? That is not 100% true, Phoenix. People who were born in 1936 would not all be dead today. Not 100% true. As of 2018, 51.6% of people born in 1936 are still alive. This is based on 2,144,790 people born in 1936, when the U.S. population was 128,438,539. I'm not old, you're just still in diapers. 51.6% are still alive that was born in 1936. So they're not all dead. (1936) would be right around the World War II. Maybe you have a super high IQ. But with the drink, side salad, and dessert, it's $45. Hey, wait a second, Maya. Sorry to keep you waiting here. Here you are, our deluxe fortified lunch set. Boss baby. Di, take a look at that picture and you tell me if it looks good. But I'm going to ask you something. Who eats lobster and biscuits for lunch? I'm quite confused who eats lobster and biscuits for lunch.
That would be a dinner cuisine. It's called tomato soup cake. There's a difference. It's called tomato soup cake. It's made with condensed soup. It's tomato soup cake. It's made with condensed tomato soup. It's a spice cake. Die. Show Phoenix the picture of tomato soup cake. It actually is pretty good. You should try it. It was right around the Depression. You really need to try it. Because there's a lot of things that's better than your waxy fruit cake that you buy in stores that most people use as a doorstop. It will not. Don't believe what Ruby says. It doesn't. Don't believe a word Ruby tells you. It does not give you gout. Ruby will give Robin a goat? Whoa. A dish inspired by lobster and album fricassee with a balsamic vinaigrette. Bon appetit! Thanks? Come on, Nick, hurry up and try it already. Lobster, huh? Alright, down the hatch it goes. Well, are you hungry, Maya? I'm starving. Here, it's yours. Really? Remember, Maya, my wallet doesn't print money, so you'd better polish off that plate. What was poisoned? I just remembered I gotta clean the toilets. Hey! You can't be in that much of a hurry to clean the toilets. KBN lunch special added to the court record. How can food look so good and yet taste so bad? How does that guy manage to make good food taste so bad? Hey Nick, you want to take a peek at the kitchen? The kitchen, huh? Not a bad idea. Now, what was it that Maggie said again? In the kitchen, you'll get to see all the chef's greatest secrets. In the kitchen? That sounds tasty. Hey, wait up, Maya. What is it? I'm pretty busy right now. Weren't you going to show me around? There goes my plans to find some cool clues and show it off in your face. Better conduct the search in the kitchen myself. Who's deceiving who? You're deceiving Phoenix by telling him that tomato soup cake tastes like crap when you have never even had it yourself. I've actually had it. Matter of fact, if you talk to anybody else that's had it, they will tell you what you're saying is completely wrong. January 6th, Trade Bean Kitchen. It's not facts if you have never tried it. You got to know the difference between deceiving and facts, because what you're saying is deceiving, and because I have proof that I've eaten it and I know what it tastes like, mine is facts. All right. Di, what do we see in this kitchen that, where's my proof? My family. That's my proof. And the fact that I know that it existed means I've tried it. What tomato cake? Who said anything about tomato cake? Nobody said anything about a tomato cake. But you. Ruby, you're the only one that's mentioned a tomato cake. Nobody else said tomato cake. Ketchup and tomatoes are two different things. Ketchup is a nasty, sugary product that people put on their hot dogs and their hamburgers. To me, if anybody wanted to put anything that's tomato-based on their burgers, there's a such thing as tomato paste, and there's a such thing as spaghetti sauce, and there's also a such thing as barbecue sauce. We don't need ketchup. The only one that's lying is you, Ruby. Trust me. The only one that's lying is you. Because you're creating things now. You're the only one that's mentioned tomato cake. Nobody mentioned tomato cake. I've never liked ketchup. Ketchup is nasty. Press Ruby. No, they're not the same thing. No, they're not the same thing. Tomato soup is totally different from tomato. Yes, tomato soup is made from tomatoes, but tomato soup is not tomatoes.
Tomato soup is condensed tomato puree.
It is called tomato soup cake. There is a difference. No. It's called tomato soup cake, which means tomato soup has other ingredients into it besides regular tomato. It isn't the same as apples, because applesauce does have ingredients into it that apples don't have, just like your tomato soup. You want a tomato soup cake, Di?
I'll get the recipe one day for my sister and we'll bake it again. This time I won't forget the raisins.
Cream cheese frosting, I want that.
I mean, you can have the cream cheese frosting. I like it without.
I like the cream cheese frosting. You talk to your mom and see if she can bake it for you. Plenty of recipes online. If you're not really much of a nut girl, you don't have to have the nuts. Well, they do put raisins into it, but they also put nuts into it too. It's not the same. A bagel is not a dessert. And here is the famous Fabian kitchen. It's my first time in here too, actually. There's a weird atmosphere in here, that's for sure. Mr. Armstrong will be back soon, so we better search quickly. Chop chop. Well, this is what we need right here. Now I know I'm in a French restaurant. I've never heard of most of these seasonings. John Armstrong did not invent tomato soup cake because it's not French. No, it's not. It's John. It's French. You need to try it. It's chips, okay? French fries is a British food or Belgium food. And they're called chips anywhere else in the country. Hey, Nick. This container has oyster sauce. What's that? Isn't that used in Chinese food? Ah! Look! Right there on the counter! In other countries, they're called potato crisps, not chips. My Magatama, what's it doing here? What indeed? Magatama put into pocket. Fries. If you look up fries by itself, you're going to see a plate of home fries. Okay? That's one of the things you'll see. Because home fries is a thing that they actually call. So it is technically correct, chips. And what we call potato chips is actually potato crisps all across the world. What kind of snack? Well, I'm sorry, I don't care if you're not British or not, that's your native country. What's this? It looks like a treasure chest or something. Chocolate cake. Talk to your mom about baking tomato soup cake? Never mind then. I won't go into that territory. But my native country is over there in England. Because I have relatives that lives in Wales. You'll like it, Di. I assure you, you'll like it. It's actually really good. And I do think you should try it with cream cheese onto it. It's also better with cream cheese. Wow! Look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 98, 99, 100. They're all the same too. Hey, wait a minute. What is it? There's one bottle that's different from all the others. What? What are you talking about? Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. So what's the liquid inside then, I wonder? Hey, Nick, we should borrow this. I mean, look how many bottles he's got. You won't miss one, will he? Small bottle added to the court record. Okay. January 6th, Vitamin Square. the old guy is not here anymore. Drat, and I still have some unanswered questions for him. No clues here. A scooter, huh? Leave it right in the middle of the park like this. The wheel guard and the light are busted. Guess it must have been in an accident. It's totally wrecked.
Hey, what you think you're doing with my bike?
No, I was just...
God! You've been messing with my new ride? Is that what you've been doing?
New ride?
You're gonna pay for this.
It wasn't me. I was just passing by.
Then who's the one that covered my saddle in crap, huh? Grr, you're gonna pay. You catch my drift?
No, wait a sec. I'm not a pigeon, so I could have done it.
A wise guy, eh? I had to beat you so hard it'll feel like you were smooching the express train.
Uh-oh.
You better watch your back. This ain't over. I'm gonna round up a group of lawyers and then you's gonna pay.
Actually, I'm a lawyer myself.
What'd you say?
I'm Phoenix Wright, attorney at law.
Phoenix Wright? You're saying you Phoenix Wright?
Yeah, I am.
So you're a wise guy too, huh? 'Cause I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only. What? Out of my way, I gotta cruise.
He's gone. Surely that guy wasn't my phony, was he? He wasn't anything like me. Guess I better make a note of the scooter. Scooter added to the court record.
Ta! Pathetic.
Oh, it's you.
A few threats from a little brat like that, and you look like a pigeon that's got seeds in his eyes.
Have you been here the whole time then?
I was in the strawberry. I had some thinking to do.
More like you had some scouring to do. Are you a regular at the restaurant, sir? Just that, if you dislike it so much, why would you keep going there? Sir?
There you are, you filthy pigeons! You want food? Haha, take that!
No, that's your grandfather, Ruby. That's your grandfather. I knew it. This old guy's got something to hide. But what could it be? Alright. January 6th, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department.
Hey, you're just in time.
What is it, Detective Gumshoe?
The lab got back to me about this newspaper you gave me.
Must mean the sports paper with the memo scribbled on it. So, what did they say? Did the analysis turn up anything?
They said the doodle was written by the victim, Glenn L. No doubt about it.
I expected as much. The victim took the paper with him to the restaurant on the day of the murder. That's our best interpretation of the facts at the moment. Sports paper refiled into the court record.
MC Balmer.
I get the feeling I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh well, I guess it'll come back to me. Don't forget to report back to me with whatever you find in the restaurant, okay, pal? Since when did I start taking orders from Gumshoe? Although, I get the feeling there's something I need to show him. You got one of those aroma bottles too, huh? Wait, this one doesn't smell. Huh? I don't get you. This was mixed in with all the other aromatherapy bottles, but it's not the same. It doesn't even look the same. Would you agree? The foam balls, it doesn't smell, huh? Smells like a skunk to me, pal. Mind letting me borrow the bottle for a while? I want to send it to the labs for analysis. The victim was poisoned, so the contents of this bottle are pretty important. Small bottle given to Detective Gumshoe. I had a hunch there was something funny about that, Chef. You suspect John Armstrong? I've got the guy's number. I know what his secret is. That must be the same secret Gumshoe was talking about before. I guess I'd better fill you in on the details about this Armstrong guy's secret, I mean. So what's Mr. Armstrong's secret? You ever had lunch at Trey Bean Pal? Yes. So how was it? To put it nicely, it was inedible. Hey, don't worry about being nice around me, pal. You and I both know the reason why that place is so empty is because of the food. I mean, the place is clean and he's got a girl like Maggie as a waitress, so yeah, I guess it's probably the food. The real scoop on the guy is he's up to his ears in debt. Really? How much does he owe? This is a copy of his loan contract. He's about $500,000 in the red. $500,000? Are we talking about dollars? Yeah. Hey, if it was sterling, he'd really be in trouble. Sorry, that figure just took me by surprise. Yeah, this case is full of surprises. And I'd be willing to bet that the chef's got something to do with most of them. That's my hunch. John's loan contract added to the court record. I received another 100 messages from Restream? Okay. Okay. Alright, Dio, you ready? I know this stream has taken a little longer than expected, but we're getting close. We are getting close. I assure you, we are getting close.
Take that!
Trey being regular. It's time you told me the truth. Why are you a regular at the restaurant that you dislike so much? Isn't it obvious? People only have one reason to go to the restaurant, to eat. To eat? Is that the whole truth? What do you mean? I don't think you go to the restaurant for the food at all. You insolent rat! How dare you accuse me? What proof have you got? I can tell that you're not, nor anyone else in the world would go to that place for its food. And what reason would that be? The proof is in the pudding, or in this case, the lunch menu. That's a twin tea set! The food at the Tribune is terrible and expensive. You're wrong! It's cheap! Huh? I'm rich. I inherited money when I was a boy. Yes, I'm stinking rich.
I haven't done a jot of work since I was born, other than feeding the pigeons. What a load of crock! Whoops, I almost... Whoops. The taste is another story, but the price is nothing to me. So you're saying that you go there because you've got money to burn? Exactly. I've got so much cash, I go for a swim in my money vault every day. Walt Disney reference. Where's this pogo game? She got it right on the money. Life is like a hurricane here in Duckburg. Race cars, lasers, aeroplanes. It's a duck flare. I better not sing the rest of it, or otherwise Disney will be on me. Unfortunately, that's a lie. What? You don't have money to burn. You're flat broke. Why would that be? Department? What department? That's for John Armstrong. That has nothing to do with this old man here. Mr. Victor Coudeau. Oh, let's see. Got this one, got this one, this one, this one. That's it.
Take that!
This is yours, right? My magazine! Why would a rich retiree be looking for a job? I was... so what? So I was looking for a job. I'm buying a lot at the moment. I need spending money. Oh? I don't go to the restaurants for food. I just go for the Javasino. Yeah, I think you mean cappuccino? Anyways, how much does a cappuccino cost there? $8. Those had better be some golden beans. What's your problem? You think a poor man would be better off drinking dishwater, do you? Is that it? No, I wasn't thinking that. I was wondering if the coffee there is really that great. No, it's not. But anything, yes. That place has free newspapers to read every day. Newspapers? Exactly. They don't. want me hanging around at home, so I go there. I'm sorry, sir, but there are no free papers to read at Tribulations. And why is that? Okay. Nope, this one won't work. Because this one's never... You didn't find this at Tribulations at all. This was given to you by Gumshoe. Take a good look at this. What is it? It's a newspaper I found behind the magazine rack at Tribulations. So, what of it? This was the only paper there, and it's dated more than 1 month ago. What? Do you see what I'm getting at here? The restaurant doesn't get newspapers. This is just one that a customer happened to have behind. Tell me, why are you so determined to hide the truth? I'm not hiding anything! I'm going to have to put this guy out of his misery. Listen, the real reason why you go so much to Tribulations is, and this is going to be helpful here, there's one thing in here is the reason why he goes. M-A-G-G-E-Y?
Take that!
What are you asking me about that girl for? She was a waitress at Tribulations. Therefore, the answer to the mystery of why an old man would drink expensive coffee at a terrible restaurant is the waitress. Arrgh! But I don't recognize that face. And you were probably telling the truth there, because you weren't looking at the girl's face, but at her outfit. Go! That's the truth, isn't it? You became a regular at the restaurant because of the waitress's uniform. That uniform is all you can think about, isn't it? I can't take it! To you, the waitress was your... Enough! Please! No more! Stop saying that word! Stop saying waitress! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Wow, we got our answer from that one. Not what we expected, right? Sir. Yes, it's true. I was there for the young girl. Fine, so I'm a dirty, wicked, sinful old man. No, I don't mean it like that. I even get one of those lousy cups of Javasino every time for $8. All because the serving girl punished me, locked me up. Really, that's not what I'm here for. You'll be the same another 20 years and you'll understand what it's like. You'll know how painful it is to be an old man like me.
No, really, listen, sir.
Stop calling me that! I have a name, you know, boy. So, show me some respect, hmm? I'm Victor Kudo.
Sorry, Mr. Kudo.
You young ones think you know it all, don't you? Well, I'm not saying another word.
Who does he remind you of, Dai? Are you thinking Wendy Oldbag? And he's got Marios proboscis. It's so red because he keeps beating on it.
I won't tell you anything more.
This guy was in the restaurant at the time of the incident, which means I have to hear his testimony one way or another. Don't believe this. I even broke his cyclops and everything. Guess I have to try to get him when he's in a better mood. Okay. Oh, it's that old man. Is he still feeding the pigeons? Yeah, he fed me as well. I got a bunch of those seeds in my eyes. Oh, ouch. Hey, Maya, would you mind coming with me for a while? Huh? Me? Why? Something I really want to ask the old man. Sure, okay. I'll just get changed. No, hang on. Can you go like that? I guess. Sir?
You again.
Well, I see. Nick, his eyes are burning into me. It's okay, I think it's going pretty well. Huh?
You're still just a little child. Run along and play on the slide, all right?
Play on the slide? Ugh, we're so close. Just a little more and he would have slept.
Pigeon!
How can we crack this guy? Excuse me, sir? Dai, this is going to be probably the most embarrassing thing that you're going to witness in this game.
Quiet! Can't you see I'm feeding the pig?
Mia!
Well,
if you don't mind, sir, I'd really love to talk with you.
yes. Oh, of course, Shirley. I'm Victor Kudo.
Even from beyond the grave! Wow! About the incident.
You mean the man who died after drinking the Javasino?
It's like he's a different person.
It was quite a shock even for me. He was a strange-looking boy. The girl took the Javasino over to him, you see.
And was the customer alone?
Definitely. He was the only person at the table. And then he took one sip of his Javasino and he said something like, and then collapsed, dead. Oh, how terrifying. You're so good at listening, aren't you? I'll tell you anything, whatever you want to know. He certainly seems to be telling the truth now, but it's like, looks like Mr. Trudeau didn't see the other man either. Do you like the food at the Tribune? Well, of course. I'm really quite a sophisticated man. I was a young businessman once, you know. I set up a casino in London. Really? How interesting. Eating the food at the restaurant really takes me back to my days in France. What a lovely story. London's in England, not France. Oh, yes. France is wonderful. I'd love to show you around the city sometime. It's too much. I can't take it. I want France. I can't believe me is laughing at this guy. You visit Tribune a lot, don't you? Of course. I mean, yes. I'd like to come and see you there. Really? Oh, you flatter me so. The owner would be delighted to welcome you, I'm sure. Be careful of that chef, my dear. The chef? You mean Mr. Armstrong? That's right. The man's an ex-con. He's an ex-con? Whatever did Mr. Armstrong do? Oh, no, the sign! I can't take this! He's really got this guy eating over her hand. He steals things from his customers. From his customers? Clouds, handkerchiefs, little things mainly. He's a pellifier. So, you be a pelferer? So you be careful around him, my dear. Are you sure about this? Of course! He was arrested for it once. I was there when it happened, having my Javasino. He really is a regular. Let me write you a little haiku about it. A haiku? Japanese poem. It'll explain all you need to know about the chef. Victor's note added to the court record. Good part of the case? What are you talking about? If he takes anything again, you let me know. If it's not too expensive, I'll buy you a replacement. Poor guy, you couldn't do enough for me, Okay, Phoenix. That's about as much I can do to help. Thanks, Mia. We got some really important information thanks to you. Honestly, I can't believe Maya called me for something like this. Di, are you okay? I'm gonna say you're kind of okay. January 6th, Tribune. I guess it's about time to wrap up today's investigation. Had enough of being a waitress? Yeah, plus no one came to the restaurant. Ooh la la, Mademoiselle Maya. No? Oh, can you leave me? Oh, can you leave me like this? I'm sorry. That reminds me. Mr. Armstrong had a cyclops of 3, didn't he? I'm going to have to break those. Mr. Armstrong? Hope you don't mind, but I'd like to have another word with you. Well, it's yours, of course!
Take that!
All right, ready, Die? Time for Maggie's motive.
What is happening? I do not like this horrible feeling.
I have to know the truth. What happened that day?
I know I will confess everything. Just don't hurt me.
Huh? Well, that was a new world record.
It was a lottery ticket.
Lottery ticket?
A man who died here at a lottery ticket for $500,000.
$500,000?
We, after the incident, this ticket, it disappeared.
Ticket disappeared?
This was the motive that the prosecutor gave for Maggie. He says that she poisoned the man to get that $500,000 lottery ticket.
Why didn't you tell me about this sooner?
Master Lord,
You've been trying to hide this information about the lottery ticket from me, and I want to know the reason why.
no, Monsieur, you doubt me, but I have confessed to you everything I know.
Mr. Armstrong. The $500,000 lottery ticket. I think I know who took it. I think the winning ticket was stolen by this person. Who do you think it was stolen by? Mr. Armstrong, I believe there's a very high probability that it was you. Wow, that is one piercing scream even for a man like him.
Why, you have no evidence. I am not Master Mask. I'm not the kind of person who steals the property of others.
That line was added. That was a clever trick by the writers. Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Armstrong, but I have evidence to the contrary. I present to you proof that you have stolen from others in the past. Which is... This is very obvious. And it'll be the only time you use it as an evidence, trust me. No. Well, we can use that one. We can use that one.
What is this, a poem? Oh, Monsieur, you know me so well. I adore poems.
Please, read it. And put some feeling into it.
Convicted before a wicked man or woman, repeat offender.
I'm sorry I had to bring it up, Mr. Armstrong. But you have been arrested for stealing from your customers before, haven't you?
Monsieur, le mensonge! You was a liar!
You deny it?
Do not make les false accusations, s'il vous plaît. So, do you have any proof? I want to see the inconsiderable proof that I have ever stolen from one of my customers.
What is one thing he stole from his customers? No, he didn't really steal that. He didn't exactly steal that. It would have been trash anyway, so he didn't really steal that. What? What do you mean that? The Magatama.
Take that!
It seems old habits die hard, Mr. Armstrong. Well, what is that? This is my Magatama. I found it in your kitchen. No! Wow, that scream just about broke some windows. Wee wee! I have a weakness for la little trinkets and la figurines. My hand, it just slipped out. I cannot stop it. You've stolen handkerchiefs, gloves, and other things from your customers, right? Oui, it is the truth. I am just a timid little girl inside, monsieur. A timid little girl. Besides, this time it was not the small trinket, oui. It is $500,000. Massonone. Why would I steal it? I have no need for such money. Really, now? Oh, monsieur, what is it? Isn't it true that you're in some pretty serious trouble? And that you're in desperate need of a large amount of cash? Which evidence is going to prove that one?
Take that!
This restaurant is deep in the red, isn't it? You have a loan to the tune of $500,000. That lottery ticket would have wiped out your debts. Well, Mr. Armstrong, what do you have to say for yourself now? Oh! Oh! Mr. Armstrong, you said that the victim had a winning lottery ticket for $500,000. How did you know he had something like that in the first place? The man, he was listening to the radio with his earpiece. Maggie said something about that too. The winning numbers was announced on the news, I think. All of a sudden, he exploded. Yes! $500,000, he shouted. And the ticket? He had all of his tickets spread out on the table. I was so desperately in need of money, so I put the poison in his coffee. No! No, you naughty man! I simply helped myself to one of his tickets. What? The victim collapsed and Maggie passed out. I thought to myself, poor queen pest, he had so many of them. Yeah, but only one of them was the winning ticket, right? How could you do that, Mr. Armstrong? Maggie was arrested because of you. No, this is not true. I did not take it. The ticket for $500,000, I mean. But you just told us you did. You said you took a ticket. No, Monty, it was not. That's enough. Huh? Ah! Mr. Godot! What in the heck are you doing here? Ugh. This is without a doubt the worst coffee I've ever tasted, Mr. Armstrong. Came in here for the coffee? Does he have craving for coffee? Coffee, no bounds. Perhaps Mr. Armstrong stole one of the victim's tickets on the day in question. I am not known, just a pretty little girl who everyone is laughing at. But in that case, Maggie shouldn't be the only one under suspicion. He had the wrong ticket. What? Mr. Armstrong made off with the winning ticket's pretty neighbor. So the ticket he took was worthless? Not quite. He did win something, $1. You see, I am just a pretty face. Without my looks, I have nothing. So, what happened to the winning ticket then? The one he meant to steal? Indeed, what did happen to it? I don't like spoiling myself by watching trailers, so we'll just wait and see how the movie turns out tomorrow, won't we? Voila, you two! Time to laugh at the pretty airhead. Looks like I won't be needing this note anymore. Victor's note thrown into the trash. Looks like we got a new mystery now. Namely, where did the winning ticket go? I have a bad feeling about that. Well, anyway. We can't let Maggie suffer any longer for this. And certainly not again. Excuse me. And no, I'm not doing another 2 hour of this. Nobody sneezed, Phoenix. You gotta know the difference between coughing and sneezing. Okay? Yes. You should know, you should see a camera to tell the difference between if I was sneezing or coughing. You should know the difference now. Unless you're not paying attention to the face cam, which should be easy to see because I zoomed it up so close so you can see my face. Otherwise, you would just see a little tiny little dot if it was spaced out. All right. Di, you probably have so many questions for me right now. And I will accept the question, why is this case so confusing? And to answer that question is, the people behind the case made it confusing. That's basically your answer. Any other questions? Well, the fact that it wasn't meant for this game doesn't make it any different. It doesn't change the fact that it was either in Justice for All or Trials and Tribulation. The case never really changed. The case is exactly the same. The only thing that changed was the fact that they included Godot in the case. They added that line of Mask to Mask in there to tie it in with Trials and Tribulation. Other than that, that doesn't change the game at all. It doesn't change the case. So the fact that you're telling me it wasn't meant for this game is irrelevant. Matter of fact, you could have put these cases in any order in any game, and it wouldn't made a difference. Would not made any difference. The reason why the cases are written the way they are is they tied them all together that way. You'll probably have more questions coming up later. And we will learn more about Phoenix Double later, okay? We will also learn about Phoenix Double because we met him in this investigation. We'll learn more about him later, okay? So with that said, this is where we're going to end. And that is not the right controller. So, let's go find a raid target. If I got anybody that's live. Actually, I think I may know. I so want YouTube to get rid of short and vertical streaming because the reason why my YouTube all screwed up right now is because they're including mobile support in the website, and I'm getting to the point where I can't even use my YouTube anymore. I have to use alternate accounts just to use it. And yeah, I share accounts. I do share accounts with people that I know. I have to use their accounts to use YouTube because I can't use mine because it's unfunctional. But I use it. I have to get there to use YouTube Studios dashboard. Alright. Di, I'm going to give you two choices, and you pick. R3D Gaming was in here, or Red Gaming, however you want to pronounce it. He was in here earlier, still streaming, or Raynex. Do R3D? Okay. Are you subscribed to him? So, basically, if you start subscribing to people, you'll be able to open yourself to a lot of people that you can raid. And all you can do is just go into your notifications. You don't have a way to redirect anybody, so you're not going to be able to find who you can raid, okay? So, you're going to have to depend on your notifications, and usually the ones on the top of your notifications, if it says live, are going to probably still be live. So that's his link. And that would be it. This is probably pretty what? That was not what it was. All right. So this screen here, I'm gonna fix it so I can push it over to the left, my left. You're seeing it as my right, as the right. Okay, so I'm going to be pushing it that way to fix it so it's actually centered into the couch itself. And personally, I kind of, this is how I would rather have the ending to look like anyway. So, oh, by the way, I do want to show you the box I made for Madden for PC. It's not perfect, and I'm thinking about probably redoing the label at some point. But I gotta find a better labeler app to create it because the images don't fit. So if you remember correctly, the box I had for the PC was different. It was a much bigger box, okay? So this is the new label. This is the spine. Okay. Here's the spine. And there's the back. And you can see that the label is, you probably can see it better more if I had the light on a little bit. So there's that. That's the wrong side. There's this spine. Cover. And then there's the manual. So the reason why I got this, first of all, the previous box was busted on top and it prevented it from closing. Plus, I don't like those bulky PC boxes that they released before 2010, before they started using DVD boxes. This is more safe spacing, and it's a lot more convenient for what I'm using it for. So this is the box I'm going to use. And while I do like my custom-made label, I will probably fix this so it will fit on the app itself, because I wasted a whole bunch of paper trying to get this correct, and you can see that on the back here it's very, very short. It's very, very short on this side, and it goes up over the plastic on the top and bottom, so I want to be able to try to fix it so it fits more. But yeah, that's the new label. Down here. I know this looks all squished up. The logo there is supposed to be round. Everything is supposed to be slightly squished. but this is the best I got so far. Alright. With that said, this will be the end of the stream. You guys take care.